did it. I did the thing I always do. Isn't that great? Yeah, okay. This is gonna be a weird stream. I'm telling you right now, this is gonna be a weird stream. Now, how do I know that? Because, I've gone on a real journey today. Yeah, I've gone on a real journey today. As if every Ellers stream isn't weird. My cat really wants to get in here. Oh. Okay, she's in here now. And she'll want to leave pretty soon, too. Yeah, so tomorrow's stream was weird. Yeah, I admit. Yesterday's stream was weird. I admit that. I think this whole stage is weird. If you've watched me for a long time, you know that I divide up the streams into like the geological time scale. And so far, we are in the second epoch of my streams. Okay? And to further divide that, we are in the third age. The third stage of the first age of the second epoch. But, I know I'm losing you here, but I'll get back. Point is, I have divided up into little eras of my channel, little times when things were going certain ways, and God, the one we're in right now. Hello, Lapira. The one we are in right now sucks. Like, I've had a lot of these stages that, like, have problems because of, my health or whatever. This one is just kind of boring, I guess. But I think we can make that better in the future. I'm gonna play the game. I didn't think about that. It's taking the time to appreciate the fact that I set the clock. That's how I know that you care about this experience, that you're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Cool. So, you might be wondering, what variety of bad Ellers stream are we getting today? First of all, one where I can't get my voice right, that's real fun. And where I don't necessarily look great. Usually my glasses help me a lot. Those glasses look great on me. Right now, I don't think I need them. Right now, I think I can just have that crazy look in my eye. You know? I'm not even crazy right now. I'm not. I'm just, I'm actually more healthy right now than I have been in a while.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
It's, no, yeah, it'll probably be, I think, yesterday's stream was comically bad. I I think yesterday's stream... That's another question. When is the last time I had, like,
All
an
of his
all-time
co-workers were
classic
gone.
stream?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Yeah,
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I could argue that yesterday's was an all-time classic stream. There was one more regular ending to do, right? Besides new content. Yeah, so let's go do that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
Boss's
left.
office, okay. Go through the murder drone's room. Hold on,
Yet there
I'll
was
be
not a
right
single-
back. Actually, I'm gonna take about like 10 picoseconds. Picoseconds. Alright, I'm here. I disappeared and now I'm back and I'm here and it's great. Gotta love it. You know, everything's gonna be A-okay in this stream.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
Tips for not
decided to
getting
go up
fired.
to his boss's office, hoping he
Oh,
might
the
find an
broom
answer
closet.
there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So, Greg, it took us like 4 hours on the nose.
Stepping into his manager's office,
Last time.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
but you
unraveled,
said the
Stanley
extra
wondered in
content
disbelief
might
who
take
orchestrated this. What dark
longer than
secret
the
was being
original
held
game,
from him?
right?
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the
That
boss's
might
desk
be-
guarded the terrible truth that his boss had
Well,
been keeping
then.
from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course,
You did
Stanley
what
couldn't
wrong?
possibly have known this.
You know, I'm not in the mood for shenanigans right now.
Stanley
I can't
just sat
handle
around twiddling his
shenanigans.
thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never
was
possibly
supposed to
know that the
exit.
combination was
Where?
2845. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, so what are we supposed to do?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The boss's office. Before the doors close.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
I don't know
disbelief,
what
Stanley
you're
decided to
talking
go
about.
up to his boss's office. Coming to
Hey,
a
Greg.
staircase, Stanley
I know you're
walked
biased and
upstairs to
everything,
his
but,
boss's office.
How does my voice sound right now? Not the accent, but you know, I don't usually get self-conscious about it much, but nowadays, but you know, today is
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of
failed.
any human life.
failed what
What
you
could it
wanted me to do.
mean? Stanley
This is the story of my life at the moment.
All of his co-workers were gone.
This is all
what
I
could
can
it
do.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Is
Perhaps
this
he had simply missed a
meandering
memo.
failure? New content? No, we gotta do the thing.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We gotta do the
Yet
thing.
there was not a single person here either.
It's only gonna
Feeling
take a
wave
moment.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping coming
I
to a
said I
staircase,
was,
Stanley walked
complain
upstairs
about
to his
viewership
boss's
right
office.
now, or like anymore. Yeah, it is kind of. Hey, ooh, which thing? Because I do a lot of things. I do a lot of things. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Hey, sweetie.
Yeah?
I think I want to make my pizza.
Okay.
Okay? Do you want any?
No. I can dab.
The moment...
Okay, I did it. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm replaying Undertale in a couple weeks. I think March 8th? Maybe. No, it's like March 15th. I have no idea, but I can check as soon as this is over. It's closed. There's this, I guess. You are now leaving. Escape Pompeii. Oh, guys. You know, we got people here. This is nice. We're in the, 20th minute. And already this is a better stream than the past, 5 streams I've done. Escape pod. Yeah, now let's see if this stream can keep up this level of success for 4 hours. Can it be done? Maybe someday. Climbing up. You guys know about the stream I did where I got 7 messages? It's been rough, but I'm trying to keep streaming until until things get good again. This is never the end. The end is never the end. What was that supposed to mean? What was that? What happened?
All of his co-workers were gone.
What just
What
happened?
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Oh
memo.
man. Was that supposed to happen? Oh man. Yeah, the end is never, the end is never, the end is never. Not yet. Well, okay then.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
It's gonna explore the nature and meta commentary on DLC. That made no sense.
And thank
I
you
can't
for
talk
playing
today.
the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing
of my
adventure.
proverbial seat. But in reality, I'm kind of just,
Is it broken? What's
laying
going
back.
on here? Should we
Chilling a little
Should
bit.
we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra
Man, the
Deluxe
narrator is
most
really hands-on right now.
It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
He's really into it.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
What? Jump. Oh, well, I gotta get all the jumps in that I can. You know, you... Don't use all my jumps? Oh, no, I gotta use all my jumps. Here's the thing. I have a policy in my life, right? When I'm presented with a decision, and one option is irresponsible, and one option is responsible, I always go with the irresponsible option. And that's how I ended up in the horrible life situation I'm in today. But it's fun sometimes. So I'm gonna jump because it's the irresponsible decision. If I get an achievement, that would be nice. I just want dialogue. No dialogue. Okay.
Is that it? Surely that's
the
not
new
all
content.
the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Yeah, I'm not feeling
It's
it.
just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for
no,
whatever
what's
it
this
is.
gonna be?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship
They
that's
said
gone into it. In
thank
fact, I'm looking
you.
right now at
They're
the
so
game's
polite.
achievement, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid.
I
It could
thought
never
it was
have lived up
great.
to such expectations.
I think you really
If you're
hyped
still
it
with
up.
me,
You told me it
why
was
don't we
gonna
just
take a full
reset the
stream.
game, and we'll try to
It
get back
costs
to what
like
the Stanley
$10
Parable
extra.
is really about. No frills,
You know?
no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I don't fight people on Twitter. I just let them get horny over me. Haha! Funny thing to say. I told you this would be a weird stream, and you can see how I'm acting. You can see the mood I'm in. I think this is gonna be a little hidden gem stream, or it's gonna be a disaster. It's exactly what I said in the Twitter post and the Discord notification. Yeah, different office maybe. This stream is just gonna unravel. I hate Mondays.
Psst. Stanley, come over
I can
here.
crouch now.
In the vent. I want to show you something.
It's Half-Life. So far, I actually like this better than the stuff we did yesterday. No, you could not always crouch, because I tried to crouch before.
Okay, you remember how cheap and
A bunch of
unsatisfying
times.
the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
The
Experiences
Stanley
like
Parable.
the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
2013.
You see, Stanley, doesn't
The
the Memory
greatest
Zone
year
remind
of
you
all
of how
time,
wonderful
as
Stanley
we all
Parable
know.
was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video
What was
games
I
had
doing
integrity.
in 2013?
Back then, it
Just
all
being a
meant
dumb
something.
middle schooler, I
Oh,
guess.
wait.
You know? Unachievable. Don't play for 5 years. New video game releasing today. The Times is covering it. Fucking Rutgers. You know, I gotta say, so far, this is a hidden gem, right? I said this is gonna be either a hidden gem or a disaster, and look which
Is
one
when I
it
keep
is.
reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I
Oh
quote,
no, not that!
"Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
I don't like them.
Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
No, I'm saying this stream will be a hidden gem. I'm saying this stream on February 19th, 2023, this Ellers stream is gonna be just a hidden gem, part of the history of this channel. I think it's gearing up to be exactly that. Don't make me think about James Stephanie Sterling. That is Stanley, I think. The end is never the end. It's never the end.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone.
Yeah, but this is the new content. That's what I'm saying, everyone.
Of beloved video game memories.
I know you guys are into this. And I'm having an awful lot of fun. Well, this is just the start of the, I mean, I guess it is like, yeah, this is just the start of the DLC. Where am I even going? We're only like half an hour into this stream, and what, I figure we're gonna keep going until
these were simpler times,
I
Stanley.
Exhaust the new
What I wouldn't
content.
give to go back.
Might not be
to
able to
have it
finish
all
all
over
of it,
again.
but you know, I could hypothetically do it. I want to go at least 4 hours. If I have to go past that, it's fine. Maybe I'll, or, you know, start talking like this again, you know. Last night I couldn't stop talking like this, and it was like, I don't know what was up with it, you know.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection
Oh,
of reviews
no!
from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
Looks like...
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
See? This looks like Half-Life, kinda. There's some parts in Half-Life 2 that look like this.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny.
Yeah, this
with
is
his
what some
humor and
people
dialogue
thought.
proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I can understand why... I can understand why some people don't like this game. I can understand why we've had like a few people now come in and see how this game is going and say, no, I don't like this. I don't like the narrator.
Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
But I think it's great. I think this is art.
To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know.
I don't know what you mean by that. I'll be honest.
Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
You know, I've been ranking all of my games that I've played. And based on the first stream, I was like, yeah, this is probably A tier, you know? I only have 5 games in S tier. And I think they were Minecraft,
What's this one got to say?
Undertale, Deltarune, and
You constantly have to
Inscription.
stop doing anything
And
so
one
the
more, I
narrator
would
can
think,
catch up
but-
with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Then you're missing the point of the game.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment.
No,
surely
there's
could-
sometimes where he speaks to
Well, if
Ellers.
It means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews.
And at
of the
times
Stanley
in some of the
Parable. That's my
endings,
motto.
it's acknowledged that the narrator doesn't get free choice either. And, he is part of the whole thing.
Today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on.
Hey
No, no,
guys,
no,
I
no.
know
The
you want
Stanley
me to
Parable
push
is a
it.
game
Do,
for the
do you
people.
want me to
And if the
push the
people want
button?
silence, then by
You
goodness,
excited
that's
for me
what
to
they're
push
going
that
to do.
eckin button?
Well,
You
don't
want me
sit
to
around waiting
you
for
want me
me
to
to
push
shut
it
up. Go
because
ahead and
you
make
don't
me
like
shut
the
up.
narrator?
Yeah. We'll pretend that
Oh,
I've
I
just
bet you
begun
like
an
how I said
interminable
that word,
monologue,
narrator.
and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until
Narrator?
inevitably, we all until the end of time.
Maybe
at
I
which
should
time
go
everything all
get
at once,
some root
so,
beer.
now you see, blah, blah,
You
blah,
guys
blah,
can
blah,
make
blah,
fun of
blah,
me a
blah,
little
blah,
bit.
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10
How long do you think he
years,
takes?
Until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
How long do you think they had this guy
Only thing
in the
there is,
recording
only
booth and
billions
just
left
said
until
talk and
so
talk
much
and
more
talk?
than forever ago, which is why I
Yeah.
say the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time
His
everything
voice
all at once,
changed,
so,
though.
now you see, blah, 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 blah,
Everything
blah, blah,
all
blah,
at
blah, blah,
once.
blah, blah, blah. We've eaten too much and
That's
it can't be
a
just
movie.
yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of
Yeah,
unnecessary
Doki
verbal
Doki,
flourishes and
I
lengthy
streamed
ruminations
that
on the
in
nature of
June
choice in
last
video
year,
games. Of
and I
course,
think it's
I
on
happen
my
to
A
believe
tier.
It was perhaps one of
It's
my
A tier
more
for me.
profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is
Okay.
to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all
Oh,
of the
sorry, I
choices
forgot
you've
there was a
ever made,
button. I
in
was,
fact,
like,
make you
genuinely
more not
invested
this
in
kind
what
of
he had
person,
to
and
say.
in fact, do the very opposite.
I'm
You see,
supposed
it
to skip it, right?
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof.
See,
and it's all
here's the
over.
thing.
Oh,
I
can't wait
relate
see
to
what
the
cooking
narrator
Nine
a
will say
lot,
about this,
right?
And whether they'll
'Cause
edit the rating
this
of
is
their
what I
Steam
do.
review, or
I
at least
rant
change
and
some of
rant
the
and
wording,
rant and
perhaps.
rant and rant. And rant.
To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
I just
welcome
rant
back,
a
Stanley.
lot.
Now, I should
And
say
I
that
won't
the amount
shut
of time the
up.
button has been
I'll
skipping
never
through is
shut
becoming
up.
longer and longer.
And people just
That
listen to
last
me
one
and
was,
listen to me and
well,
listen to me and
I
listen
want to
to
say
me.
maybe
And
30,
then
45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can
what was I
ramble on to
talking
myself
about?
I know, it's shocking, isn't
Oh,
it?
I don't
But
know.
at any
Who
rate, I do
cares,
suggest
right?
that we not press the button again.
See, I'm
I
just
think
like the
it's
narrator,
been
and you
aptly
guys just want me to
demonstrated, and we can
shut
say
up, which is
goodbye to it
probably
in
a bad
just-
idea, if I want
Get out
to
of here.
keep
Look
viewers
at
on
the door
Twitch.tv, right?
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really
That's not
getting
good.
longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you
What about the
and
clock?
button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have
I
to
can't
believe-
move.
I have to know that sooner
I
or
cannot
later, no matter how
Fine.
much Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
This
Stanley,
is a horrifying ending.
For 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
But
Wouldn't
it's
you think
different.
That it's
God.
exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already
This is
done?
me.
Me
This is
just
He's
talking.
putting how I feel into
It isn't
words.
the same at all. It
This
isn't
is
even
exactly
close,
how I
because
feel.
I know you can't hear me once you push that button.
This is exactly
That's what
how
I'm
I feel.
realizing
You know,
now.
I've been
I'm
complaining about
realizing
not many
that
people
I needed
watching
to know
lately.
that someone
This is
was
why,
listening.
right?
I
Because
needed
I
there
rant
to
and
be a
rant and
vessel
rant, and
through which
what
my
I do
words
is
were moving.
exactly
It
the
was
same
the
whether
vessel
people are
I needed,
watching or
Stanley,
not.
not the
But it's just
outcome,
not
the
as
story.
fun when no
None
one's
of that
paying
matters
attention,
anymore.
you know?
I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground.
So
One
much
single
ranting because we
thing
got
I
like
need, and
two.
God, I
We
can
got
see
like
now
the
that I need it
Ellers
more than anything, is
ranting.
to
We got
know that
we
someone
got
else is taking
the
it in.
narrator
These
from
words that
Stanley
I'm saying,
Parable
I need to
ranting
know
and
you can hear me.
just
Because
so
maybe,
much of it. I
Stanley,
can't even
maybe,
move
if you
around.
can hear me,
Are we just gonna
then
have
maybe
to
it means I'm real.
Yeah, maybe I'm real.
I'm not
If
just a fiction.
oh, guys,
Was
do you
I
think I'm
scared of
real?
that all
Do you-
along?
no, seriously though, am I a real human being or I am
Perhaps
just
I've been scared this
imagination?
whole time, that if I
Good
stop
question.
speaking, I'll slip backwards into the
See,
silence
this is
and
why
consumed
people
by it.
love me.
I can't be taken by. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat
It's
down
been
in
a
one
year!
place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days,
Seem?
months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life.
Solipsism.
Collapsed down into a single instant. In
Not
that
a productive
instant,
line
I
of
could
thought.
see
Have
myself
you ever had
clearly, calmly, with a
psychosis
collected heart.
before?
It was an impossibly
It's
rich
not
wellspring of
fun.
both delight and
Sometimes-
disgust
sometimes it can be fun.
simultaneously. I was consumed by it.
Oh, he's gone. That's concerning. Oh yeah. You know, it's a real fun skill to have a very strong accent that comes and goes whenever it wants to, you know? And now we're in Superliminal again.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down
Yeah,
review and make
stop
all of their
heck-and
pitiful
hating the
demands. But
narrator.
then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the
Oh yeah, I could maybe talk like this more often, but, ugh, I don't know. It's awfully difficult. I mean, it's not difficult, because, look, I'm pretty sure this is just my natural voice, and I cover it up when I'm, like, feeling better. So,
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
You
is never the
what
end, is
with
never the
what
end, is
accent?
never the end, is
With
never
my
the end,
accent?
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never
Hey,
the
Greg,
end,
remember
is never the
yesterday
end,
in the
is
stream
never
we
the
were
end,
talking
is
about
never
what
the
would
end,
happen
end is never the
if
end, is never the 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 end, is never
I
the
think
end,
it's
is never the
I
end,
don't
is
think
never
you
the
get
end,
it.
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
I mean, this is
never
one
the
of those
end,
things
is
where,
never the
like,
end, is never the
if
end, is never the
someone
end, is never the
is,
end,
like,
is never the end, is never
if
the
someone
end,
complains
is never
about
the
it
end, is
in
never
a
the
lot of
end,
ways,
is never
like,
the end, is never the end, is
the
never
only
the end,
appropriate
is never the end,
explanation
never
is
the
just
end,
you
is
didn't
never the
get it.
end, is never the end, is never the end,
never
is
the
never
end.
the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never
No,
the
but we were
end,
talking
is
on
never the end,
yesterday's
is never the
stream.
end, is never the end, is never
Yeah,
the
yeah.
end, is never the end, is never the
We were
end,
talking
is
on
never the
yesterday's
end,
stream
is
about
never the end,
if
is
you
never
were
the end, is never
alone
the end, is never the end,
on,
is
like,
never
a
the
rock
end,
in
is never the
space
end, is never the
forever.
end,
You
is
don't
never
need to
the
eat or
end,
anything.
is
You're
never
fine.
the
You're just
end,
how you are
is
now
never the
forever.
end, is never the end, is never the end,
What would you do? What would your, like, thought process be in the first few minutes, in the first year, in the first century? Like, how would that go? And Greg is convinced that you would stop thinking eventually. I don't think that's true. Because you are in a situation where, again, like, part of the conditions of this are that there is no physical damage befalling you, right? So you're not, like, I don't know. We don't know enough about how the brain works to really make that discussion. Never the end. I can't move. It won't let me move. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. I want to see where this goes. Ha! What? It could be anything. Listen closely. I didn't listen closely. Well, you gotta tell me what it was then. The button is too far away. Wait, I can move if I push right click. I see. Well, I'm creepy and scary and unusual. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. God, what year is it? Like 500 million? Hey, in billions of centuries, the Earth will not exist. Oh! Well, that was one ending. We got it. Why is it different now again? The controls are moved
Stanley
forward
decided to
with
go
right
to the
click.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
How many you know, look. This stream, should I clarify why I was saying this is gonna be a hidden gem stream? I'll pause real quick. Won't let me pause. I think all the controls got mapped weird. Oh, you know what it is? My keyboard got unplugged. Now it's working. And I can crouch. My keyboard has been unplugged for quite a while now. You know, this is the stream I've been asking for. This is why... This is what I wanted all this time. We got people here. It's real fun.
Stanley,
We're getting up to tricks
on the
and...
Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable.
What?
2. This is far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up.
God, what is it with these games and they're like
so
soda
many
cans?
different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
This is great. I love this.
Figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that
I
surely
feel
the
like-
game will sort of naturally...
Look, you guys haven't even seen my list of, like, my tier list of games I've streamed, but, this game is trying to convince me to put it in S tier. I would... Kalanteris, I think you're kind of missing the point of this and, like, overthinking it, and it's just, like, if you, like, double think the whole, like... It's, like, it has a message. if you're gonna criticize the message for how it's portrayed, then, like, I guess, but I think it's portrayed pretty well. Like, it doesn't need to be, like, I don't know. Yeah, my S tier is Inscription, Minecraft, Undertale, Deltarune, and Portal 2. Those are the best games I've ever streamed.
Spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Right now, this is A tier. Oh boy.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
This is very overwhelming. They're back 2 doors. S tier content.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday.
Get
and
Well
Happy 12th
Someday.
Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh man, let's go with Get Well Someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Cause I thought what you meant was, like, oh, I guess this game is, like, trying and failing to, like, be all thinky and try to get us to, like, I think I'm so good at talking, and then I get in situations where I have to talk and I can't do it. It seemed like a criticism.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Yeah, I want the
Now,
achievement.
here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding
Yeah,
this
this
feature.
kinda sucks.
Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Well, it's time for this. Gamers, we hear you. You know, maybe I should eat some food. Or maybe I should drink some root beer. I'll be right back. Look, I brought root beer. Root beer emote. Yeah, but the funny part is the pronunciation of root beer. I'm back already. Ha! I beat it! I won! I win the speed run. You do not. God, I cannot wait to get my bangs cut, because look at this. I can do this, but I don't think it looks good. Should I explain why I'm acting like this? I'm always fun, right? I'm always fun and quirky and wacky. But the reason I'm fun and quirky and wacky today is, I didn't get enough sleep. I didn't get enough sleep. I didn't make the face well enough. I make a very funny face when I finish drinking things, apparently. It occasionally looks very, let's say funny.
Haven't we seen yet?
Sometimes it just looks dumb, though.
Ah, collectibles.
Ooh.
Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And
Goes
what's
against
truly
the
innovative
that
is
goes
that there
against
will
the
be
point of the
no
game.
reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Cool. I mean, that was a little horrifying,
God,
but,
it really is the worst when you
what
collect
isn't
everything in a
nowadays,
video
am
game,
I
and
right?
then they give you a big fancy reward
What
for it.
isn't
So
an Eldritch horror nowadays, am I right? Ellers. Get it? Because that's my name, but... You guys probably don't even get that, because most of you don't know my last name. And I'm more careful with my last name than I used to
complaint
be.
of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've
No,
engineered
not
a
right now. We
clever
can
solution
discuss
to this fundamental problem
collectibles.
of the game.
Let me see if I have a stream where collectibles are important. Bucket. Oh, I have no idea. You know, who cares?
It's the Stanley Parable reassurance.
I'm having fun
bucket.
today. Let's live for
You see,
today.
Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yeah, that would take a lot. You know,
perfect solution.
am I talking not enough? I feel like I'm not talking enough. But I'm also just genuinely very invested.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more
You know, I
attractive
got
as a
all
person.
kinds of
The benefits
charisma.
of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I wish I could do a laugh like that, but I can't. I can't do it. I can do but I can't do a laugh.
Does anyone give out awards for most
My
enjoyable...
laugh sounds like and I can't turn that into an evil laugh.
bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Ah ha ha ha! It's the closest I can do. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, that is probably what it is. So we're back to the bucket. Exclusive button. Hear your name in the game. It doesn't know my name.
For the Stanley Parable
So I haven't
2,
updated
I
it.
asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So
Name.
with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button
What
which
name would
states
you
the name
put
of
on
the
there?
person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I have like 3 names that I could potentially put on there.
Jim.
Sorry,
No!
I should have clarified. Right now,
Oh, I
the
thought
button
it
only
said
says the name
Tim.
Jim.
Uh,
But of
my
course,
my
in a fun
dad's
game,
name
this
is
button will say
Tim.
your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience
Jim
of this feature.
from
Just
The
play.
Office?
I promise you'll love it. Okay,
They are
here we
in
go.
an
Let's take a deep breath,
office.
clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and
You
simply
get it?
become a person named Jim.
I get it.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking
I don't want to
as Jim,
imagine being
falling
Jim. I
in
want to
love
imagine
and being
being
heartbroken
Ellers.
as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I'm not Jim. Ugh. You know, putting my hair in a ponytail, I think is just exceptionally difficult. Cause like, there's so much of it. So much of this hair. I gotta keep this stream up. I gotta be entertaining. I gotta do it. We're only an hour in, and there's like a active chat, and there's like a wait. There's an active chat, and there's people watching, and like, gotta keep this up for another 3 hours.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new
Can
feature
you
in the Stanley
believe
Parable
it?
2, it would still be worth
Can
the
you
money.
imagine playing
Let's take
this
a break from
game
the Jim button
if your
and
name
too
is
emotionally
Jim?
drained from all of this personal validation.
It'd be great.
Jim.
Whoa there,
Jim.
cowboy.
Jim.
Sometimes a
Jim.
person can be
Jim.
too much
Jim.
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 I'm
Jim.
putting the Jim button
Jim.
away.
Jim.
Otherwise, soon you'll
Jim.
start to lose
Jim.
all sense
Jim.
of who you
Jim.
actually are.
Jim. Jim.
No! I am not Jim. I am Ellers. Boston Ella Ellers.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes. Yes, it
Epilogue?
would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Wait, what does it say? Infinite hole? Oh, I gotta go over this way first. I can't open that. So how are you you guys doing? I think we're far enough into this stream that I can stop just screaming and, like, making noises, and I can start, having conversations with the chat. You know, because we haven't really been having conversations so far. There hasn't been a lot of that. That is new. Oh, I love the jump circle. Jumps remaining
Let's
0.
bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
That is, well, disappointing certainly, but also bad. I want to jump. I've been talking so much while playing Superliminal and playing the Stanley Parable that in first-person games, they need to let you jump. It's just, because I am gonna spam spacebar if they let me jump. And I'm spamming spacebar even right now. There's like a mall guide. God, heckin' malls. The two big malls in my city are still kicking. The third one is like an upscale outdoor shopping center now. And the fourth minor one is apartments. Because it's not as, like, well located. Yeah, I mean, the city planning, like, already has plans to, like, turn the malls into neighborhoods. So, like, medium density, like, mid-rise apartments and stores and stuff. I've been to a mall once in the past year, and when I went in, there was like a 14-year-old kid on a skateboard, and he like rolled past a shirt. In the window was like, it was like a Bart Simpson novelty shirt, and I just that whole scene that I saw of like kid on skateboard rolling past Bart Simpson novelty shirt, it really like made me realize that maybe I went back in time. Like it raised the possibility in my head that I had transported myself back in time to the 1990s. But then I looked around some more, and there were no other people in the mall. And I understood that, no, it was, in fact, the 2020s, and most of this building would be torn down within the next 10 years. A QR code? Where? Oh, yeah. One of you guys want to check that? It takes you to StanleyParable2.com. Oh, this is like a whole thing. Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. Well, what about, like, the Mall of America, right? They're not tearing down the Mall of America anytime soon. That'll have to be the remnant. Can you imagine? Like, that's gotta still be poppin', right? I should go up there. The Mall of America is kind of fun, honestly. I mean, it's more fun if you have money, but there's just a lot of cool stuff in the Mall of America. There's literally just a theme park in the middle of the mall. Like a pretty big theme park. Mall of America, it's in Minneapolis. Infinite hole charts.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of
I
time.
feel
if you
like that has
A stunning leap
happened.
forward for video games as a medium.
No, I've been to the Mall of America twice. I think once when I was like 11 and once when I was 14. Now I'm 22, so it's been a while. Geographically, from me, the Mall of America is like it's not a reason on its own for me to go to Minneapolis. Which is why I haven't been to Minneapolis since 2014. But it's probably, what, like a 4-hour drive up there? It's not too far. Like, considering the scale of the country. Like, it's not a horrible drive. Chicago is closer. Actually, I'm gonna touch something real quick. And this is gonna annoy you guys because it's really dumb. And it's kind of football related. Okay, so about 140. Okay, so Madison is about 140 miles away from Green Bay, where the Packers play. Oh, it's a big difference, actually. So it's 140 miles to Green Bay, 270 miles to Minneapolis. To get out of state, like, less than an hour. Maybe an hour. It depends on where in the city you are, because if you're, like, downtown, then you have to, like, get through all the traffic. But if you're, like, I don't know. Like, if you start from the edge of the city, like, an hour away.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of
Well,
my more
I've said-
ingenious concoctions. If I
I've
do say
said
so. Now
what
then,
city I'm
since
from,
you've
I'm pretty
gotten to
sure.
see
I'm not
the
gonna get any
infinite
more specific
hole,
than that.
You can
but-
press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I cannot tell you that, but Greg, I can't tell.
Okay,
How much
Stanley,
did
I don't know quite how to
did
say
the
this
accent
tactfully,
come back
but it's
tonight?
possible that I slightly
really can't
exaggerated
tell.
the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an
Question.
astonishingly
Actually,
deep hole. It is.
Did
Is it
you know, this
infinite?
is a fun little fact, my state contains 90 degrees west and 45 degrees north. So, you know, if halfway between the equator and the North Pole, and halfway between the meridian line, like, you know, exactly, that's like up in like northern Wisconsin. And there's a marker up there, but the marker is in the wrong place.
Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out.
It wasn't
Stanley.
endless.
I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as...
I don't know, it sounds
anyone
fun for a
actually
bit. Like,
need.
we're
Don't you put
talking
this on me.
about
Maybe you're the problem.
infinite time a lot lately. What would you
Look,
do
the
if you
things got a
had
little heated there.
infinity?
I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree
What would
to
you
just
do?
call the whole...
Because no
less
one
than
knows.
infinite?
It's such a, like,
Does that work for
non-human
you?
problem.
Then go ahead and press
It's something
the
we
teleport
can't
button,
possibly
and go
hope
up the
to
top of the hole
imagine.
and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
What if I just stay down here?
Great. Now, I'm very
Whatever.
excited to show you even more of my ideas for... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
You like holes too
A
much!
normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the...
I'm gonna do this so many times. Greg, you never answered if you think the accent came back tonight.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts...
You
to become a
didn't
thing-
say I didn't see it.
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep.
I don't
But
think
the
that
Deluxe
was
overall
feasible
standards
in
for
the
accountability
first
and marketing.
place.
What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth... I
God,
just
can
can't
you
see the
imagine
scratching
being
itch.
obsessed with holes?
Who
I'm
am I
not.
to judge?
I assure
You
you
just
I
do
am not
whatever it
obsessed
is
with
you're
holes.
here to do and hit the teleport
But
button
people
when
are
you're ready to
obsessed with
move on.
me. Kinda. I don't understand why. I don't get it.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and
Am
the
I
hole
just
have a
stuck
wonderful
here
visit.
forever now? Is this the ending? just want that one. Going down, down, down. I'm kind of feeling this one.
My head's stronger. Now you...
Change your reality. I wish I could change my reality. Greg, you said I did answer if I had the accent still, and then you didn't say which answer you gave. I can't read up. Ooh, I like this one. And the bucket is here! This was my favorite one. Ooh, that one's wacky. I like that one.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away.
That's what happens if you're left with infinity
Because
forever.
This role is just so darn fascinating.
That's
that
what
I want
happens.
you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking forward to all of them.
Hell.
Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Yeah, no, the accent isn't nearly as bad as it was yesterday. But you know, even when I don't have, like, kind of an exaggerated accent, I still say root beer, and I think that's normal. I think a lot of people say root beer. I insist root beer is, like, one of the most common ways to say it. It's gotta be. You keep making fun of the root beer. Oh. Root. Does that make you happy? Root beer. Beer. Root beer. There, are you happy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I don't know what to do. Oh man, a raid! How many was it? God, now I gotta be more entertaining. That sucks. No, back and think, 42? Remember I said this was gonna be a hidden gem stream? Well, now we know for sure. God, that's great. Thank you for the raid. Oh, gotta love streaming, right? Am I right? 58 viewers. You know, you gotta know that I used to get like some viewers, and it was a whole lot of fun. And lately I've been getting no one. Like it's been real slow for me the past few weeks. So it's cool to have a stream like this. She, her. Man, that can jump circle. Okay. Yeah, now, see, you put me in quite a position here, right? You put me in quite a position where now I gotta turn it on. And oh boy, am I gonna turn it on now. First of all, I have no idea how to get anywhere in this game. We better figure that out. Greg, do you have any idea where I'm supposed to go? Because I kind of lost it a little bit. Yeah. Turn it on. You get the idea. You know what I'm going for. But, the mostly infinite hole. It was a lie. I already went to the hole. Yeah, we went in the hole. The hole happened. The hole occurred already. I did that. Did I do over here? Yeah, I did over there. You know, sometimes you gotta sit down. We did the hole. I don't know how to get out of here. Couldn't tell you. Hey, bunch of people here. Got a question for you. Do you say root beer like that? It's root beer. And people keep making fun of me. People keep making fun of me for saying root beer. But it's an acceptable way to say it. I am insisting. Yeah. There he is. There's the big man himself. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's why people keep making, Look, I definitely need someone to help me through this game, right? I need someone to, like... I mean, Greg is here, right? Greg is here to assist me, but I did make the mistake of deciding to go through this all in one stream.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Oh, I found
Ready
it.
to move on now?
No screenshot.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
There's gonna be some kind of show, right? There's gotta be.
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
We get more jumps.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
Holes.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
Too many.
And I do very much
Can you
enjoy
ever have
creating
too many
gags,
holes?
but they don't add up to anything.
Probably, yeah.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the
So
original
he's
game.
come full circle.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, Greg. You reckon whole out of infinity? Let's look at the settings. Are the settings different? Did they pull some tricks on me? I don't think so.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Jump all around here.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he...
We're playing the Stanley Parable 2, and there's the 12th birthday balloons everywhere.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The different games inside of game. Probably. The one with, like, Rocket League and Firewatch.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Oh, the bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So now is there just like a whole bunch of new answers and stuff? Cause I'm gonna need so much help. And I kinda get the feeling this is gonna be kind of a long stream a little bit. I'm gonna You know what? Here. I have to pee. And when I get back, I will be like a being made of pure energy, and I will be perfect, and I will be able to beat this video game.
Stanley
I
just
realized
stood there
something
doing
while I
nothing
was
at
in
all.
there.
He seems to think I have...
I realized something, right? I realized a very, very important thing that should affect all of us. And maybe you disagree. But,
nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
have you heard anyone make, or have you even thought of, the, is this Darude Sandstorm joke in the past year. When's the last time that crossed your mind? Because it's been, it crossed my mind in the bathroom and I was like, God, I haven't even thought of that in at least a year now. I don't know. You did it last week? Yeah, I don't know. It's just never, no one said it to me. No one's made that joke to me yet. Hey! Why is it doing that? Hold on. The alert box. Why is the alert box shaped like that? There. It's better. What just happened even? Okay. Yeah, I'm a little unhinged sometimes. Left or right? Are we going left or right? Oh, we gotta go. You know, for anyone that does want to come back to my streams, I'm doing some little, I'm taking a break this week, and next week I'm doing like 10 streams in a row, and I'm doing a bunch of little indie
Stanley
darlings
needed the bucket's
and stuff,
warmth and
and
comfort
then
now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
let's just do the regular one.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What was I even talking about? Oh yeah, and then after that I'm streaming Undertale again. I've done that before a year ago. And then I'm gonna do a bunch of like creepy
Stanley
RPG
was once
Maker
again
games,
stunned
which is
to
really my
discover not an
niche.
indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley
How is
may
he
have
gonna
broken down into
input
an
it?
emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the
Wait.
bucket's warmth and
Is
guiding
it?
light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Yeah,
The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is certainly the most logical
I would absolutely
explanation.
invite any new people to come, and we have fun here. That's the motto of the channel. Wow, collectible!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Where am I going? Oh, here. The bucket! What's like a famous bucket? What's the most
elevator
famous
raced down,
bucket in pop
plummeting
culture?
towards an unknown
Maybe the
fate.
chum bucket?
It would be all
Perhaps.
Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting
I
him,
would say
reassuring that in this darkest moment
my
of uncertainty,
favorite
he
bucket
would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
God, there's gotta be more. There's gotta be all
Stanley
kinds
and
of
the bucket
bucket
walked straight ahead through the
characters.
large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Which one are we doing? Keep going up and down. I failed. All right, let's do it.
Wait,
Let's
Stanley said.
go
to the
up and
bucket.
down. Let's
Can we go
do
back
it.
up? When I was pressing those keypad
Let's
buttons, there was
fight
something
the
very intriguing
narrator.
about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
I like getting tighten up and getting mobile at times when I stream. Maybe that's not the best way of doing it. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I didn't dress up or anything today or try to look nice at all. Because lately I have not been having a lot of people around. So I kind of expected it to be like that. And what do you know?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Huh? Yeah, thank you. Too much. I can do this.
Perhaps the bucket
I
had
can
missed
tell
it.
this is going to be a long
Perhaps
stream,
it had
isn't
not
it?
seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
What do I do? Can I do
Mind
either
Control
one?
Facility.
Can I do the... I don't want to do the escape one. That one's more boring in the base game. Was it Spectrum again, Greg? Fucking Spectrum. There's all these buttons here, right? Go up. Go up. Okay. I need to be led. I need help. Because I don't know where I'm going. Oh, I can't go back. Can't do it. Just won't happen anymore. No, I can't. I'm trying to jump.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
Television
secret did this place
screens.
hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Okay. You know what, ugh. You can. I'm not gonna do that this time right now.
The monitors
That's
jumped
pretty
to
cool,
life,
though. That's
and
good to
Stanley
know.
nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
I bet some of these
Had never
screens
seen
have
anything
some
like this. It very
wacky
nearly
stuff on
burst
them.
into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things
bucket!
it didn't wish to do?
Alright.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These
Bucket just
questions
wants to be
raised
our friend.
furiously in Stanley's
That's all it wants. That's all it could possibly ask for.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one.
It's
Except
too late. Too late to look. Too hot to handle, too cold to hold.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Let's just do
And as
the
cold
normal
reality
ending.
of his past began to sink in. Stanley decided that this machinery
Let's just
would
do the
never
regular
again exert
old
its
ending.
terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Do you think they make a
Yes,
bucket
they'd
plushie?
done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest
Do you
enemy,
think I could get a
freed
bucket
themselves from the
plushie?
tyrannical grip of the evil mind
I
control
don't think
machine.
I don't
Freedom
think
was
this
now mere
game
moments
would
away.
have merchandise like
Excitedly,
that.
the two of them began to discuss
But it would
the
be
kind of
funny,
life they
wouldn't
wanted
it?
to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust.
Wait,
to
is there
support.
like some scenario where Stanley's wife gets replaced with the
What?
bucket?
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until
Uh-oh.
finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
That is not good.
Yes, not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has...
This is
the bucket.
heart-wrenching.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
He never found out.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Hey, so
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't
this
find a trace
one
of his
time
co-workers.
this phone rang, and it was Stanley's wife on the other end, and that was wild. Let me tell ya. That was a wild old time.
When Stanley came
Which
to a
way
set
are we
of
going?
two open doors,
I
he
have,
entered the
you
door
know,
on his
you
left.
can make meta commentary about video games. Oh, the bucket. You can make meta commentary. You can make meta commentary about video games, but you can also make meta commentary on the nature of being a Twitch streamer, right? And
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, can I have a couple slices? Thank you.
No matter how hard Stanley
Oh,
looked,
man.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What was I talking about? Oh, thank you. Who doesn't love pizza, you know? Yeah, I can't find the bucket. I need help. Where? Oh, there it is.
Stanley lifted the bucket into
What
his
are the
arms,
bucket's
and a
pronouns?
wave of comfort rushed over him.
It feels wrong, you know? It feels very wrong.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Any pronouns? You know, I could do they. Yeah, let's go with that. Because, you know, I was thinking maybe it should be he, maybe it should be she, and then I was like, let's just try not to ruffle any feathers here. And let's use the neutral one, you know? I guess that probably in itself would ruffle an awful lot of feathers, but I don't care about those feathers getting ruffled. I want to do the Stanley
This was
wife
not the
one.
correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
What does
Good,
that voice
said the
sound
bucket.
like? The
Now
voice
ride the lift all
he's
the way to
doing
the
for
top.
The bucket, it
There's
sounds
something
like
up there I
something.
need you to do.
I can't
Stanley
know
did
what.
not question why or how this
Yeah,
bucket was speaking
should
to him.
I? But
It should
yeah.
have alarmed him, of
Well, I'll
course,
do
because
both
buckets
of them,
can't
right?
talk. But Stanley chose not to think
Should
about
I
this
wait to
obvious
do
fact.
the?
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the
I
bucket
want to
asked.
do the one where you don't unplug the phone first. What?
But Stanley feared that any path he
What
walked
just happened?
might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket. His
I didn't
dearest
try
friend.
to do that.
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one
Oh,
another's
I didn't
arms.
try to do
deeply
that. I
touching.
don't know what happened. I said she hurt.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? The confusion and the chaos all
I'm really
seemed to
confused.
melt away as Stanley embraced. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Yeah, that's what I'm
but
trying to
Stanley
do,
had
but
felt the
like
bucket
when
calling to him, telling him
when I
that
got
the
up there, my
unemployed
keyboard got
lounge
all
was
weird.
simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
yeah, I want the bucket. I want to see
No,
what happens when
said
the
the bucket.
bucket and
Don't
the
go
wife
to the meeting room. Go somewhere
encounter
else.
each other.
The cargo lift, yeah.
The mannequin
Good,
wife.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced
It's
that
not
the
an
bucket
obvious
had
fact.
spoken to him, and he
Anything can talk
unthinkingly
if
did whatever the
have
bucket asked.
psychosis. Trust me, I would know.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home.
It's the bucket. We're gonna have a happy life
This
together.
is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
I don't know, this seems nice.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of
They
companionship.
got married.
It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Aw, it's so relatable to me. So relatable. I've been in this exact situation before.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well?
No, you
to
know
see
what?
him delusional like this,
Love is
obsessing
love,
over an
right?
inanimate metal
I don't
object?
care if
I want to say
it's a
something to him, but I
bucket.
don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I don't care if he's... I mean, I guess there's some pretty bad, lewd things you could do with a bucket, you know? I don't want to think about that, but that's the business between Stanley and his bucket. I'm not gonna interfere in their beautiful love.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Ooh, there's a lot
See,
you can do when
it
you need to
doesn't do
transfer
anything
liquid,
else.
though. I'm sorry. That was bad of me.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
My bucket. Oh, I can't believe the narrator is trying to just... So judgy. Very bad. Where's my bucket?
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
I
Now,
ignore
he's
everyone
just
in
over
my
here with
life
his
except
bucket,
for
this
the
cold, empty
the
bucket,
things
this
in my
sort of
head.
shiny bucket.
I'm allowed to
Well,
make
I
that
think it
joke
is. The
because
bucket does have a nice shine
I've
to it.
actually got problems. I've actually had all kinds of bad stuff happen to me.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
They should watch an ad for the Stanley Parable too.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Yeah. Most of my commentary on that one was it was largely physical. It was physical comedy. Maybe comedy isn't the right word, but I reacted in a very physical way, right? guys liking
Wait, Stanley
the
thought
Ellers
to himself.
stream?
Am
I gotta
sure
warn you,
that
I'm,
the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never warmth spread.
Thank you. My style is striped shirts and jeans that I've had since 2015. That's my style. Maybe a
Stanley's
jacket
arms.
sometimes.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yeah, and hello. A lot of first-time chatters today. I mean, what are you guys thinking of the the Ellers vibes? It's pretty wacky here. I don't know what to tell you.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You know, we could pretend that that's my genius sense of humor, or you could also say that I'm just really bad at finishing thoughts. But you know, you can fill the information
This
in your
was not
head.
the correct way to the
You
meeting
can
room, but Stanley
take
had
the
felt
joke
the
I
bucket
made,
calling to him,
and you can
telling
make your
him
own
that the
witty,
employee
funny,
lounge was
wacky
simply the
response
place
to it.
be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
You
Was
know,
this
he
better
wants
than the meeting
the
room?
bucket wants
Yes,
to be in the
Stanley
lounge.
thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How
Oh.
insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I should tell you guys, I'm planning on changing the name of the channel in like a month. Less than a month now.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the
Wait,
door on his
I
left
wanted to
go
go
back, and so
to
the two
the-
of them detoured through the maintenance section.
Could I
and
go
walked
to
straight
this
ahead
cell?
to the
No, that
opposite
elevator
door.
only goes down. Okay, I'll do the broom closet next round. There will be a reward. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I see. Now we gotta find all of them.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
Reward?
stunned to discover nothing but the
I
confusion
don't remember the number.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster
Dude!
fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
You know, a bucket
Was it that the bucket
can
knew
change
all
anything.
along?
That's,
Was the
you know,
bucket guiding him?
the original game was all this
This is certainly
meta
the most
commentary
logical
on
explanation.
all this meta commentary on like video games and like the nature of narrative structure and all that. But this game, this expansion, is about the love and happiness that buckets can bring into your life.
See,
Yeah.
what do you think of these pants?
They're cool. They're like Christmas elf vibes.
I thought they were like an anime school uniform type.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe so.
I was gonna say something, I forgot.
You know, Stanley's got his bucket, but I got my mercy. Up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. You want to know what my next two streams are? You're gonna love it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
Wait,
door
I
that
was
read
gonna do the
Mind
elevator
Control
again.
Facility.
So,
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Cutie.
Leather coat.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's very large. Yeah.
It's medium.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah,
Here
next
we are,
two
said
streams
Stanley. Now I'm
are
going to try
wild.
that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
So tomorrow, I'm gonna be playing Rocket League, a game that I'm not good at, that I have played only a handful of times,
Perhaps the bucket had
and
missed
that I
something.
will
Perhaps
be
it
using
had
a
not
mouse
seen how
and
much
keyboard
joy
for,
Stanley got
which
from
I know
slamming the number
Rocket
3
League
repeatedly.
players do not like that, from what I've heard. I will be doing that
A hint of regret
because
nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again? No,
private
said
reasons.
Stanley
But
to the
it'll be a
bucket.
Rocket
You
League
can't
stream, and
go
I'll
on yet. Not till you
just be
understand how
ranting.
much the number 3 means to
I'll
me.
be ranting
You and I have been through so
while
much together,
the-
and I just
while
want you
the
to see
cars go
what
around
I
and hit the
see.
soccer
Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
And then the day after that, I'm doing something even better. I'm playing a...
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a
I'm
paintbrush.
playing a game called
He told
The True
stories through
Ingredients.
the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
God, I keep getting distracted.
Stanley and the bucket
On
was so
Tuesday,
close. They'd
I am
always
playing
been
a
there
game
for one
that I
another.
found
Why
called
suddenly
The
could the
True
bucket not
Ingredients.
connect with this passion
And
of
it is
Stanley's?
a...
The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend.
It is a
Surely
bad
there was a
horror
solution,
game
mustn't there
made
be?
by one developer who also made a game called Five Nights at Shrek's Hotel, which we have played on my channel twice. But this one is SpongeBob based. It is a SpongeBob based horror game. Very cheap. It'll probably take me about 2 hours. And it'll just be a fun little stream on Tuesday.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express
man.
this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3
I don't think
over
you can
and
do
over.
that in this game.
He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
What?
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything
It's
in
the
his
world
life.
peace, baby! If only. A conversation with Alexander the Great. 2 stage. 3.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket
The
over.
Stanley story.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
See, here's the thing. The reason I'm acting a little off, is because it's him! It's the dude who came up with pizza! Aw, man. Yeah. Oh, man. Remember where you came from. That's where he came from, I guess. Oh, boy. I was gonna say something important. I don't know. Who cares?
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
No, they all
He
want
was
to
on
know.
luck.
I want to know.
Uninteresting.
We're all here.
He was
We
a
all want to
failure.
know.
And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
No.
There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent.
No.
And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
No.
They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
Friends. I don't know. I think it was a little
Having for
more
once
than
in his
that.
life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
I give that just a big old thumbs down. Just a big one. Not 2 thumbs down. That's a different concept. I'm saying 1 thumbs down that's just real far down, which is a totally different idea and vibe and meaning.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all... Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
Oh, I didn't even know about that
Stanley
ending.
clutched the
Should I
bucket
do it
tightly
without
to
the
his
bucket?
chest and entered the door on his left.
Wait, hold on. Now I want to do it without the bucket. I had never done that one in the first stream. Man, this is quite the
How
stream,
wonderful.
huh? Getting
Stanley
raided.
was alone.
Getting raided is
Finally.
always wild.
This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along.
I haven't had a ton of those.
Just stand
This
in
is
the
probably
bucket,
the
off
best
on
raid I've
another
ever had
thrilling
because like
adventure
people
together.
stuck around. And wait, I grabbed the bucket again. I love the bucket too much.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, because big thumbs down
When Stanley came to a
evokes
set
the
of
wrong
2
image
open
as
doors,
well. I
he
believe.
entered the door on his left.
I don't want 1 big thumbs down. I think I want more like. I want more of like 1 thumbs down, but the thumb is just really long. You know, it's like an unnaturally long digit that goes down here, maybe. And even more, you start up here and you do like the woo down like that, you know? That's the kind of thumbs down I'm talking about. The long
Coming to a
thumbs down.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Time to take that elevator!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of
You know,
any
it's
human
funny,
life.
because you'd think
What could
after,
it
like,
mean, he
the
wondered?
millionth
Desperate for answers,
time,
he began
I would
turning the room
remember
over
the
looking
number,
for clues
but I
that
don't
might
remember
unravel
the
the
number.
situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
Great, elevator
Stanley
time.
happened to input the correct code by
Lift.
sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped
Lift,
into the newly
elevator,
opened
lift,
passageway.
lift. That's so far in the future. 2854? None of us will live to see that. By a lot. Jeez.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it
Greg,
would just lead back to his
I
boss's
can't-
office? Well,
I
that's a
can't
great
believe your
question.
elevator-
I just
your,
can't wait to find out.
Not elevator, your laptop. And all its many issues. What is this room? What is this supposed to be? Why are these lights here?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An
He's
incisive
kinda
rapid
mean.
fire of critical plot points,
He's
one after
kinda
the
a
other,
little mean
weaving
with
a
that.
rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Bolted! Alright, I guess I gotta go back down. Back up and back down. It's just so much.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
How does he keep coming up with this? I got pizza right here. I keep thinking, I gotta get up and get some food and get some drink. But I have pizza. What if I make myself really, really pretty for that Rocket League stream tomorrow? I think that would be funny. I'm gonna do that. this stream when I said the thing about, like, this stream could either be a hidden gem, or it could be,
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky
like a
corridor, won't he?
disaster, you know? Just based on how I was feeling with, like, the whole situation with my pills and stuff. I think it definitely, like, crossed from
Did you think we
Hidden
were going
Gem
to go
stream
forward down the
into
spooky
Instant
corridor?
Classics
No.
stream.
It's time once again to go
It
back up in the
transcended my
elevator.
expectations.
I can't even begin to grapple
Like,
with
this
what
is
might
like-
be up there. Is it the
this is like a
boss's office
stream I'll
again? Or
put
what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
This is like a stream I'll put a star next to on my list of streams. I should do that. I should put stars on some of the streams. Because, you know, that's been the funny thing about these streams this week. Like, these ones where not many people have been here.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely
They've been
changes
good
everything for me.
streams, mostly.
Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and
Why
to
did
move
I do
forward
that?
with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Yeah, new things without bucket. That's great.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Do I do it again? No, the bucket is my friend! You know, I'm not gonna get a bucket
Of
plushie.
course.
I think
Going back
instead I'm
down
just
the
gonna get,
elevator.
like,
How did I not
a
anticipate?
regular
I mean,
bucket.
sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making
for
is.
new
A breath of
viewers,
fresh air
this is
in a landscape
Frozen.
of storytelling
I
that has
love
grown
doing
stale and
this. It's the
repetitive.
best. I've been doing this, like, every stream lately. Freeze a Gatorade and then wait a bit and it's a slushie.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice?
Oh no, it's gonna be slow!
There we go. Isn't this so much
Yeah, he
more
tried to take
exciting?
the bucket.
Yes, Stanley. It seems
Because
like
the bucket
nowadays
is
the
the
only
best.
thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments.
Yeah, this
flung
is how I
in their
stream.
faces from the very
Big,
moment the things get
explosive
started.
moments.
But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters?
It's also
Given
important.
time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over.
Sorry, I'm
Truly,
just
I
invested
mean
in
it.
what he has
This
to
is
say.
unique and different. It's not like
Okay.
anything else out there. You see,
I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the
I want to
beginning.
meet the
They
dude
really
who came
look up
up
to
with
you, Stanley.
pizza.
I don't know if you realize the impact you
I
have
really
on
want to
them.
meet that
This
guy.
is the kind of
He must
gesture
have
that
been-
might leave a tremendous impact on
Oh.
them for the better.
I don't
Over
even know what to
here.
think of that. When was pizza invented?
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Live, the guy who went to Mars. And I gotta know about this one. I gotta know about the world peace, baby. How did that happen?
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Break a leg, champ, from your boss. There he is. It's the dude who came up with pizza. Yeah, it's amazing without the bucket. I have mixed feelings about the bucket. I have mixed feelings. No, the bucket could be great, though. Oh. Oh, I'm covered in Gatorade. Let me stop for a second, because we got a bunch of new viewers here, and I should probably explain something. I have a lot of, like, really severe mental illness, right? And I've been having some, like, troubles with that for the past few weeks. The past couple of days it hasn't been so bad, but I missed one of my medications until pretty late. That's the whole story, but I took it later than usual, and also, I didn't get much sleep last night, which is bad when you have the conditions that I have. So, that all kind of combined into me behaving, Greg, let's be honest, I'm not really being that different from how I usually am. But it's definitely, it feels different to me, you know? And, yeah, I'm not really being different, in all honesty, but I feel really different than I usually do when I stream, and it might be kind of, at least it's kind of the reason I've been getting up and walking around a lot. Yeah, I don't know. But,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
yeah,
simply
maybe a
missed
bit
the
more
memo.
silly. The bit more silly might also just be that there's more viewers than usual, though.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly
Yeah,
fine with
maybe.
him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, the broom closet? Yeah, I love the bucket too. Gotta find all of them.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Yeah.
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you
You
and
know,
the
I
bucket have
feel like
shared
I'm the type of
Go through
person
each
that
of
could
them point
very
by point.
easily
Share your
fall in
journal
love with
entries
a
detailing the
chatbot.
rich emotional landscape of
Or
your
like
feelings
get
for
a
the bucket,
crush
as
on
they
a
have
chatbot.
changed and evolved over the years.
Even though,
Let
like,
him have it.
it's not real, you know? But,
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural
well,
order
now
of
it's
things.
property of Stanley, so none of us can have it. Except, guess who's
All right,
controlling
I've got a second sticker back
Stanley?
here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I see. Is that it? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right about the toxicity. But, alternatively, maybe, I don't know. You know, everyone is a little toxic, and everyone can work on that. Can I leave now? Leaving. say this game has
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the
so
bucket walk
much
upstairs to the
spoken
boss's
dialogue.
office.
So much spoken dialogue. And as a streamer, that's kind of rough.
Stepping into his manager's
You
office,
know-
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley
I did
guessed
it!
the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
You know what? I've got a crazy idea. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna do the escape route now. God, this hair looks so weird without bangs. I don't like it without bangs right here. Huh.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward
The
into
bucket!
a very painful death.
And it still
for
says
each of them.
property of Stanley. Oh, is the bucket gonna make it different?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley
we should
reflected on
put
how
like we
meaningless
should
the
pretend to
bucket's
put a
warmth
little
and
like
comfort had turned
heart
out
on
to
the
be.
side of the
To be
bucket
sure,
so that
it
we
puts the
cannot
mind and the soul at ease
imagine
to
it
embrace the
as-
bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
What was I talking
This is
about?
what Stanley thought.
You
to
know, my
himself,
memory
and he sort of
sucks.
kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal
See,
jaws.
I think
In a
this
single
one should have
visceral
been the true
instant,
ending.
the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
She said the bucket has a life.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their
The
own
narrator
way,
is trans?
This one stood above the rest. It was
What?
a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh, you mean the narrator is just suddenly like, no, it's a different person. Cool. Oh, man. I don't like having my hair like this, but you know, this is a stream, right? And I would love. You think it looks good? Okay.
Can you see how
Um,
arrogant?
How is my voice, though? You know, I asked that that
it
today, and
was
I
for
haven't asked
Stanley
that
to take
in
a bucket like this and to claim it for his own.
months.
Can you see
I
the
haven't
hubris that
even
blinded
been
him?
vaguely
Can you
concerned
see
about
that
it
the
in
bucket
months.
is far more noble than
But
Stanley
today I'm
will
just
ever
not
be
feeling
in
it.
his short life?
Buckets. That is a lot more than 25 buckets. Oh, I don't like that word. You see that one word in there, Greg? You see that one word they use? Catatonic. I get actual catatonia, so. It's very bad. Catatonia is very bad. Buckets predate the existence of mankind. Man. Heckin' catatonic. Look, maybe it's fine if they use that word. I don't know. But I don't like that word being used for things other than catatonia. Like, it just seems like an unnecessary exaggeration.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The bottomless pit. What? God, I
There
hate
is
my hair like
something
this.
we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will
It's okay.
right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
I don't know what to tell you about all that. Them's the breaks, I guess. The bucket is fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed
He literally says
bucket
it's
of
humble.
culture and distinction. Stanley clutched
Alright,
the
which
bucket
one should I
tightly
do
to
next?
his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, the stickers are still there. The mind control machine, yeah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
I'll
to
do
the
all the
boss's
ones on the
office.
left door first.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
What?
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light let Stanley guess the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Hold on, I know I keep running out and coming back, but I gotta do it one more time. Okay, I'm back. I have returned. Yeah, I like the bucket. I still like the bucket. I don't care what you have to say about him. I like him. Welcome back. You're a heckin' regular, aren't you? You're not one that... You were here yesterday, weren't you? So many people. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, to new viewers, like, I had some success on Twitch, like, about a year ago. So I do kind of have, like, fans and stuff, and then it just kind of went downhill for a while, and I think it was largely because I was having health issues. And my streaming was inconsistent, my health was all over
Stanley
the place.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control
Recently, it's
Facility.
been, like, at its worst, though. And I've just been kind of like, well, it's bound to get better eventually, so I've been waiting for, like,
What horrible
something
secret
like
did
this
place
to
hold?
happen, and hopefully
Stanley and the
tomorrow
bucket
will be a
both wondered
decent
to
stream too,
themselves.
you know? Goodbye. Yeah, I mean, you know, I just kind of figured it would get better eventually, and hopefully this is a good sign. Because before the
Monitor
raid,
jumped to life, and Stanley
before
nearly
the
dropped
raid, there
the
were
bucket in
like a
shock.
decent number of viewers
Everyone
too.
in the office was being
was,
videotaped, monitored.
Probably
by
like the
guinea
most successful
pigs.
first
The bucket
hour of a
had
stream
never
I'd
seen
had in
anything
months,
like
and then
this,
it just
and
kind
it
of.
very nearly burst into
And then I got
tears
raided,
as
and I was like,
Stanley
okay, this is
called it
gonna be a
gently,
pretty good stream then.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Hopefully that's
Was the bucket
gonna
under the mind control
continue.
facility's influence as well?
Hopefully it's gonna
Had the
continue
bucket
to
been
the,
told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a
to
bucket
tomorrow's
want to
stream
do
and everything,
or
you
not
know,
want
and
to
we'll
do
do
in the first
Undertale
place?
again, and hopefully there'll be
These
people
questions
there to
raced
watch
furiously
Undertale.
in Stanley's feeble
It's
mind.
been pretty lonely, I'll be honest. you know.
No!
I
He
got
screamed
really
into the
used
bucket.
to-
He couldn't accept it.
I got really
His
used
own
to
life in
streaming
someone
with people,
else's
and I kind
control.
of feel like
Never!
I'm
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His
whining when
one
I'm like,
friend
oh, I
in the
only have
entire
like
world.
2 people
At this
watching,
point,
you know.
He could trust
Because a
no
lot of
one
people
except
do,
for
but
the
it's
bucket.
just I got really used to having more people than that, and it is
But
fun
here was the
today.
proof.
Like I've had a
The
lot
heart
of
the
fun.
operation.
having
Controls
people to
labeled
talk
with
to.
emotions, happy
It's
or
a
sad
totally
or
different thing.
content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn
The
on
bucket?
the controls. Stanley gasped
bucket
in horror.
did the
Had
controls.
this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and
Okay,
claim
you're right. The
power for
bucket is
itself?
toxic.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
You were right.
Stanley
I
was
shouldn't have
prepared to
doubted you.
throw
It
the
just set
bucket
off a
away in
nuke.
disgust, when suddenly,
an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Which one do I pick? I'm gonna pick that one.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
Greg, can you
marveled at
take
the
a
metal
screenshot
needles in
so
his
you can
hand,
send it to
the
Adelaide?
one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
With the silly birds in it?
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest
Hey!
of all the possible paths his
Did it work
life
that
could
time?
have taken.
Yeah!
This one
It's the
was surely
bucket!
the best.
I told you,
And
the
Stanley
bucket just followed!
was happy.
We've been talking about the bucket for half an hour now. The bucket has arrived.
All of his
God, this
coworkers
is
were
incredible.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know, the bucket was pretty good that time. He just brought up some silly birds.
A weathered companion.
I mean, they brought up some silly birds, right? That's what we went with.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
He's our friend. Something to do with stairs. Yeah, that was my
Coming to
plan.
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs?
Yeah,
what about Stanley
hold on.
Yes.
I have a
think
Discord
like that.
server.
Another
No, not
Stanley
Twitter right now.
under your belt.
Actually, yeah, Twitter. Hold on. I should make that easier to get to. So, on Twitter it's at GalaxyGirl2000, but the zeros are O's. On Twitter. And then I think my Discord server is, I don't care. You can do whatever you want.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was
In
crazy.
such a competitive
Something
economy.
occurred to Stanley.
Is this the one where he,
Maybe, he thought to himself,
thinks he's
maybe
asleep
I
and
am
then-
crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley
Thinks
thought.
he's dreaming
Usually
and then
the bucket
eventually
is
it
a
ends
source
with
of
him
guidance
dead.
and wisdom for me in difficult times
Cool.
such as these. He held the bucket
My
close,
Discord
yet
server is
felt
really
none of
dead,
its
but it's
familiar
been
reassurance and
slightly
comfort.
more active
And
lately.
that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the runes were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be?
No, the
He
bucket.
rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of
Buckets
them were his.
everywhere.
None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
You know, I've been
He had to
insane
find the
before
bucket.
plenty
He
of
had to
times.
return to
It's
his old
not-
friend.
Well,
It was
is
the
pretty
only way
bad,
to truly
actually.
restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
This one is almost exactly the
Walk was
same.
interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking
that
and
was kinda
screaming to
boring.
himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no
Sorry.
time for this.
You know, I will
There
tell you
were a
also,
myriad
new
of
viewers,
confusing problems
usually
she
I'm a
soon
lot
had to
more
confront at
talkative
work,
than this.
for which
Like
her
a
bucket
lot
would
more
provide
talkative
absolute
than
guidance
this.
and total
I think it's
clarity
just,
of
like I said, I only got 4 hours of
herself.
sleep last
My
night.
life kicks ass, and she backflipped all the way
So I'm
to
a
work.
little off, but I'm still having fun, I think.
Wait, Stanley
You
thought
think
to
it's because
himself.
of the bucket?
Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
The bucket is just a regular...
The bucket made Stanley want to be a
Fella.
better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
I
Had
would
the
love
bucket
to,
turned out to be correct?
backflip.
No, never mind.
I'm not physically
Bucket
fit
was
enough to
wrong.
backflip.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Wait.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even
The
from the
fern
original
over
Stanley
there.
Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
I'm glad they
I
brought
know
the
I'm the
bucket
one
back.
who gave you the bucket, but
I
you're
mean, the
spending too
baby
much
back.
time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Cool, more Adventure Line.
Whee! Look at that
wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No! God, I
think
broke
it'll
my
make a wonderful
silence.
new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Do I have another option?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you say,
Nothing
how does
should
a
have
character
only
with only one
personality
personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting.
You want me to do it?
Stanley.
You want me to crush the bucket? I don't want to do it.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Yeah, I did. I knew that. I knew that about JoJo. Good lore.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
What
could it mean?
else
Stanley
do I
decided
have
to go to the
do,
meeting
do you
room.
think?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Because I feel like we definitely have... I mean, I want to find all the...
Not everyone
All
is so
the,
lucky to have a bucket,
figurines,
but Stanley is a
definitely.
very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
I'm guessing we have to go to the
Stanley
room with
clutched
the
the bucket
blue
tightly
and
to
red
his
door.
chest and entered the door on his left.
A large room, lots of boxes. A private but smelly place for an important person.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Here. Knew it.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss shows. That's gotta be real lyrics from something, right?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication.
I don't think there's another,
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an
I don't
emotional
think there's
dumpster
another
fire,
way,
if not for the sudden
another one to
presence of
get
the bucket.
over here, right?
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket.
And you really hate the bucket.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
What do I do?
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
You know,
the
I'm
bucket
probably
guiding
gonna
him?
fall asleep
Yes,
the moment
this
this
is
stream
certainly
is
the most
over.
logical explanation.
You know,
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind
What?
Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room
I think I'm
packed
gonna
with
fall
television
asleep like the
screens.
moment this stream
What
is over.
horrible secret did this place
And
hold?
tomorrow-
Stanley and the bucket both wondered.
God,
to
why am I
themselves.
doing Rocket League tomorrow? Alright, I'll look for him.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Looks pretty normal.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do?
See,
in the
I
first place?
like to interpret
These
that.
questions raised
I mean, I know the
furiously
correct
Stanley's
answer for the
brain.
lore of this is just that, like, none of it is real and it's a video
No!
game and it's
He
all
screamed
just
into the
like
bucket. He
narrative
couldn't accept it.
nonsense. But
His own
I'd
life
like
in
to
someone
think that
else's
his life
control?
is real.
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
You know, this makes me think deeply about my own life. Because I kind of have the opposite problem of Stanley, right? Where the number one thing I do have going for me, is that I have so many people that care about me. And that's the best thing about my life. And just about everything else sucks, you know? But at least
All of his co-workers were
I have
gone.
friends and
What could it
family
mean?
and
Stanley decided to
the
go to the
best
meeting room.
girlfriend in the
Perhaps he had
world,
simply
you
missed
know?
a memo.
I couldn't do it without any
It
of them.
takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Where
on
are
his
we
left.
going?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply
Yeah,
the
right
place
door
to be.
shenanigans.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Oh, it
said the
does.
bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Oh,
There's something
what?
up
It's
there I
over
need
there.
you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to
But you
think
have to,
about
like,
this obvious
crawl
fact.
through a
He
crevice
was
or
firmly
something.
convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did
What?
whatever the bucket asked.
No, that's not what I was gonna...
But Stanley feared that any path
It's not
he
what I was
walked
planning to
might lead to
do!
the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh, Greg.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them.
You know, I
It was
talked
only a
about,
matter of time.
you know, yesterday I talked about how, like, oh, I haven't been getting to the full 4 hours
When Stanley
enough
came
lately.
to a set of two open. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
I want to
perfectly
get
well.
all those
Perhaps he wanted to
figurines,
stop
and I
by
want
the employee
to
lounge first, just to admire
get,
it. The lounge was grand, majestic.
I didn't
perhaps
bring the
too
bucket.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. But Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way
And
to
how
the
I
meeting
hadn't,
room.
like, gotten to the
But
full
Stanley
4
had
hours.
felt
I
the
was trying
bucket
to stream
calling
enough
him,
lately, and I
telling
was
him
like,
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
maybe
And
maybe
here
I
it
can
was.
finally
Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
get one of those in. So I had a
Never
stream
mind.
that was like 4
The
hours
bucket
and
was
1
wrong.
minute.
Stanley
last
took the
night,
door
you
on
know?
his left to go back to the meeting room.
Now we're finally getting back to
No,
the other
Said the
problem.
bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley.
One
You've
more!
nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have None of
So
them.
the last
Now
one is where
we
the
have
red
them
and
all.
blue doors are,
You
I
can't
think.
go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
What?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number...
What?
I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time
Yeah, maybe it is
I
toxic.
pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Yep, that's Ellers for ya.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again.
Stanley's bucket.
The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting
So I'm
room.
gonna do
But
the
Stanley had felt the bucket
red and
calling
blue
to him,
doors.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to
And
the
then I'm
meeting
gonna
room.
do the unplug the phone, and then I think I'm
No,
done, unless you
said
have
the bucket.
suggestions for
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere
other
else. The
other
cargo lift.
endings
Yes.
I could do.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
What?
Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
Yeah, that
Which,
would explain
if
a
that's
lot.
true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh no!
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Is this
Simple
a
enough, right?
bucket?
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation.
That is a bucket. That's still a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes, of course.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Yeah, are you...
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Why? I'm really sorry I'm not talking so much.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yeah, bucket. This Gatorade is melting differently than most of them.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
I've answered yes on all of them.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Well, what do you define as a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that.
You know,
I'm
you're
sorry.
right. I understand
I'm going
now
to
that the
erase
bucket
all
is
buckets
toxic,
from
okay?
entirely. Okay.
You know,
Here we go.
I think... Look, I know Rocket League is such a weird game for me to stream, and it's not at all the
Is
type
everything
of
gone?
game I
Why did
stream.
everything disappear? Wait,
I know it's
was
not...
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
But isn't that how you get to the red and blue
All of his
doors?
co-workers were gone.
So you go down
What
there?
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No, surely not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Don't take the
telling him
bucket.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
See, because I was gonna say earlier, like, I know Rocket League is such a weird game to stream. Just clearly say what you need me to do. I know that Rocket League is such a weird game for me to stream. Because it's not the type of thing I usually stream. But here's the thing, I could potentially just rant nonstop for 4 hours tomorrow. You know, there's not going to be anyone I'm talking to. I'm going to play on my own. And it's basically just going to be 4 hours of me playing a game and talking, which is what this is supposed to be. But a lot of times I play games with a lot of dialogue that I have to read or listen to, you know? Oh, I wish I could check. I don't think there's any way to find that out. Anyway, you guys, I'll go back down there again when I get back to get to the red and blue door. I have to pee. The sequel is now paused. This is, you know, I'll be honest, you're getting a little toxic over how toxic the bucket is. You've become the very thing you hate. This is a toxic level of hate.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
It kind of sucks I'm already thinking about tomorrow's stream, doesn't it?
No,
said the bucket.
I think I'm just
don't
thinking,
go to
like,
the meeting room.
God, I hope
go
it's...
somewhere else.
I hope
The
it
cargo
goes as
lift,
well
yes. Go good,
as...
said the bucket.
Now
Now ride the lift all the way to the
today's and
top.
stuff,
There's
but-
something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not
You know,
question
I
why or
said-
how this bucket was speaking
Right,
to him.
I said
It should have
that
alarmed him,
I
of course,
was
because
going
buckets
to,
can't talk. But Stanley chose not
go
to
to
think about
sleep
this
the
obvious
second the
fact.
stream ends.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So don't take the bucket. Do I have to restart?
No, stop. Look there on the...
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
This is a
lounge
very
first,
wacky
just
game.
to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
So
open
again,
door on his
my
left.
plan is to do the blue door and the red door. Get
Stanley
that
was so bad at
figurine.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
Do
5
whatever
years ago.
whatever it has to do with the figurine.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten
And
off on
then
the wrong foot here. I'm not
Do
sure
the
Stanley,
unplug
really,
the
I'm
phone
not.
ending.
I
and then
realize that
insert.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Yeah, but I think you can be unintentionally toxic.
I'm in the middle of something.
You know?
Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to
I
happen
think
to you?
most
What?
toxicity
I don't
is
know how to convince you of this, but I
not
really do
intentional.
want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Cool. Kind of figured that would happen.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley
this gonna
walked
be
through
different,
the
though?
red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley all right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first
Yeah,
place.
but is this...
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures.
Oh, it's
Is this
not
what
different?
you wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I'd
Still
written out
the baby.
specifically for you? Do you not think I...
Alright, so no blue and red doors then. Those aren't different. We got all the figurines. Are there any other endings I should do?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright, I'm glad I did this then. That one is empty. 2013, I get it.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent.
This
We'll
is
never be like that
horrifying.
again, Stanley.
That's horrifying. 7! Ah, those are so scary.
And here was the second Stanley. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
I did this one third.
that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
That's not true. This is kind of a bad stream on my part, because I'm not talking very much, and I'm sorry for that. Like I said, I was low on sleep last night, so I'm just trying to stay awake, really.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
That's a little, yeah, I don't know about this pink room.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Yeah! God, I used to love making these when I was like 13. I used to love doing these Window Movie Maker movies. Thanks for watching. Yeah, there are credits exactly like that in the
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making
It
that
literally
video, but
does
it was
take
8
me
minutes
back.
I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
It takes me back to when the original game came out, 2013, because I used to make those. I really need to start making short films again.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
I missed one of them.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I'm just tired, you know? I'm just tired. I've had a lot of fun today, but yeah, as soon as I do the...
Figley, don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Where am I supposed to go? Can you find them?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it. Oh, yes, the two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I am gonna probably end the stream after this, because this seems like
All
the
of his co-workers
definitive
were
end
gone.
to the game.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I shouldn't have brought the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, okay, so hold on. Sorry I haven't been the best streamer for a while now. Somehow 11 people are still watching. I've just been sitting here pretty
When
much.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna do the route that's...
Yet there was not a single person here
That's
either.
exactly what he says.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It implied there was one last thing I had to do.
Stepping into his manager's office,
he was
Stanley
like,
was
I
once again
invented
stunned
Stanley,
to discover
actually.
not an
The narrator
indication of
created
any
Stanley,
human
and
life.
like,
What could it mean, he wondered.
there was one last
Desperate
thing
for
I had to
answers,
do, and
he began turning the room over looking for
and then, like,
clues
it didn't
that might
really
unravel the situation.
say
Until
what
at
the thing
last,
was.
he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 28. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I'm too calm. I'm not even calm. I'm tired, you know? I want to sleep. And today's stream was really fun, but, you know, I only got 4 hours last night, and I'm exhausted. So, definitely tomorrow, though, we'll have a lot of fun. Hopefully a bunch of people will show up.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yeah. But here's the thing about that stream. I'll be able to talk pretty much the whole time. I'm
Now
there's
the
not going
monitors
to be
jumped
anything
to
like
life,
stopping
their true
me, because it's
nature
not like I'm
revealed.
going to be trying
Each
too hard
bore
at the
the
game.
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The
I'm
lives of so many
fading
individuals
fast. I
reduced to
really
images on a
need to end
screen.
this stream,
And
I'll be
Stanley,
honest.
one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
Contend it did not happen.
Had he
3
truly
times. It happened
spent his
twice.
entire life
And
utterly
in those times it
blind to
happened at the
world?
start of the stream, and this stream is pretty much over. Like,
But
we
here
are
was the
winding
the
down.
heart
on
of
this
the
stream.
operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating,
We are
working.
winding
all
down.
of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality
Cool.
of his past
Do you
began
think
to sink
he'll
in,
be able to stop by
Stanley
tomorrow?
decided that this machinery would never...
You know, I've got my list of every stream, and there were
and a rising
2
chill of
failed attempts
uncertainty.
at Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion.
Was it over?
There wasn't a third one.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself
I have
from
my
someone
list
else's
of every
command.
stream I've done.
Freedom was mere moments away.
And
And yet, even as the immense door
it's
slowly
been like
opened,
late October.
Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking.
It's okay.
Happiness.
Would you be
Perhaps
interested
his
in
goal
watching
had
me
not been
ever
to
again?
understand, but to let go.
No,
No longer would anyone tell him where to go,
I just,
what to do, or how to
I was
feel.
talking about a stream that I did
Whatever
in late
life he
October.
lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was
Today's
perhaps
stream honestly
the
was
only thing
not
worth
that
knowing.
great for me. Like
Stanley
I
stepped
can do
through
better.
the open door.
Thank you. Maybe if I get a full night of sleep, we can have a little more fun tomorrow.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation,
Yeah.
the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
See, to me it feels like that is the true ending.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day... What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Let's do
Stanley
the one where you
clutched
unplug
bucket
the
tightly to
phone.
his... This
We are
was not the
just
correct
about
way
at
to
4
the meeting
hours,
room.
so this is a
Stanley had
full-length
felt the
stream.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket could
I'm just
even
trying to get
feel
this
at home.
dialogue. Yeah, it was a good idea to ask me, am I okay, though, yeah, because if I
finally,
do
the
something
bucket
like
was
that
done
without
being in the
speaking at
lounge,
all,
and they took
there
the
is
first
actually
open
genuinely
door
a
on
chance
their
that
left
thing's
to
not
get
okay
back to
with me.
business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever
I have a lot
the
of health
bucket asked.
issues. It's mostly mental, but, you know, mental health can affect physical health, too.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I think after this ending, I'm gonna end the stream, and then I'm probably gonna go to
Now
sleep.
pick up the phone.
Said the bucket. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke?
Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Like Bill Nye?
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I gotta start saying that. I'm Dunny with the funny. Hey!
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management,
be my new
which is the
catchphrase.
cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
I'm
The
gonna
bucket
unplug it
spoke
again.
to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I see. I don't know what I'm supposed to do exactly.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminated...
Sorry, Okay. Well, basically, the state of me right now is that... Hey! Wow, what are the chances of that? The state of me right now is that the stream is gonna end within the next 10 minutes, and I only got 4 hours of sleep last night, and I'm really tired, but I beg you, because there are 11 people here, I beg all of you to come watch me tomorrow when I play a game where I can just talk and talk and talk and do all my funny little bits and all my entertaining qualities that I have as Ellers. Alright, cool. That'll be fun. I think we're back on track now. I got a good feeling about things now. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. But yeah, I really need some sleep, so I'm gonna try to finish this game. Okay, cool.
It's in this scene with the
Join
phone.
my Discord server if you want to. I'm always
off.
trying to make it more
Joke
active.
will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room.
Greg, are you
Egregious
here?
mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional
I was gonna say,
video
like...
again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
What do I
When
do
Stanley
then?
and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
What was the event that followed it then?
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
Hey!
Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are...
There's no way. You
Oh,
gotta
how
tell me...
unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale
So,
with
yeah,
shame?
then...
Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley.
Yeah, so then that would
I think I
be...
saw him playing guitar. No.
Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion failed
Getting away
stream.
from making fun of Stanley's
Then
obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point.
The second
I
failed
never-
stream
I never
the very
could
next day.
jokes.
And then the
More
day
than
after
such
that
a
was
video.
that seizure
That's
stream you're
exactly
talking about. So
That's
that's
what we'll
probably
do
what
with
you're
the
thinking
King
of.
Comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
I'm done for the day. It's been 4 hours. This was a good stream. I think we could make tomorrow's stream even better. I'm gonna make it work. You know, I wasn't planning to stream Rocket League ever in my life until yesterday. and I stuck this in, and it's gonna be a real special thing, and we'll get it figured out. Hopefully it'll be fun. I mean, anything's fun if people are around, so. Yeah, good stream. Thanks for watching. Bye.